Yo, what is going on, everybody? Happy Thursday, or Friday Junior. We are almost to the weekend. Looks like my stream is not working entirely. I'm supposed to have a cool animation that plays before I get to the scene. But anyways, besides that, how is everyone doing? Hope everyone's having an awesome week. It is pretty freaking hot out here. So I am trying to stay cool with the fan on me. I hope that doesn't bother you guys too much. Actually, I don't think you guys will hear that. Yeah, so today we are jumping back into some game development. Yo, what's up, Memo? Hello to you. Oh, nice. You don't hear the fan? Good, good. That's exactly what I was hoping then. Happy Thursday, Friday Junior. Hope you're having a good day. So today we are jumping back into some game development. I think I have an idea for how I want to handle the kind of out of order operations that we ran into last time. So I've already made a few updates, and let's get over into the into Unity here. And yeah, what I did is I have my dynamic managers tool, and this loads a set of like managers or systems, whatever you want to call it, dynamically. So these are things that are loaded as needed and then unloaded when no longer needed, so that we can clean up after ourselves and recover some resources and keep our project very performant. So what I went and did is I made some new events for this that fire off when the loading is complete or when the unloading is complete. That way, the issue that we were running into last time, we have a location manager that is responsible for knowing what is the current location that the player is in, and as well as transitioning to other locations that the player goes to. And we also have a player manager that manages the player. And these two things kind of interact with each other, and not directly, because I don't like things to interact directly, so I do it through events. So it's kind of more modular. And the problem we were running into is when a location is loaded, it tries to tell the player manager where the player object should be, like where is the entrance to that location that they just came in through, so that the character or the player character, that's what I'm trying to say, could be repositioned to that entrance, and kind of make it feel like a seamless thing, right? That way we can load and unload scenes for locations as needed, for the same reason, to free up resources and keep the project performant. So what I did is I added this load complete and unload complete. That way the location manager and the player manager, those are considered dynamic managers in this Midnight Sun project. And that way they can listen to this event and not do anything until all the other dynamic managers have been loaded. Because the issue we were hitting is the location manager would load first and load in the location and try to tell the player manager where the player should be. Yo, what's up, Tiago? How's your day going? Happy Thursday or Friday Junior. And then the location manager would get loaded first, try to tell the player manager where the player should be, but then the player manager hadn't finished loading in itself, so it didn't pick up that event. So it was kind of like an out of order operations. And now I'm going to have them listen to this new load complete event for the dynamic managers, that will tell the location manager when the player manager has also been loaded. That way it won't initialize anything for the location until it receives that event. So let's go ahead and just make sure this is built. I think it already was. Yeah, I don't think anything got built. I kind of did some of this off stream yesterday. My daughter had her friend over, and I would have streamed, but they were right behind me in the living room, making a bunch of noise, giggling, and watching videos on YouTube, and doing some like painting and stuff. So it just kind of felt awkward to stream. So yeah, so we're back at it today. Yeah. All right. So I'm just re-exporting the Dark Matter Studios packages here so that I can import them into Midnight Sun. I don't think I imported them yet, but when I tried to do it just right now, it told me that the package was already fully updated. So we're just kind of going through the motions again real quick. All right, so import package, the full install addressable URP package. Yeah, nothing to import. Okay, so I think I already did all that. So now we can go into our location manager, and that way, right now we're kind of loading the location as it starts up. And we don't want to do that anymore because this code is then happening before the player manager can be initialized as well. So instead, what we'll do is go into the dynamic manager events. We're going to listen to this on load complete, and we'll call this initialize, and then we'll just rename this to initialize. So now this way, this code will not be called until we know for sure that all the other dynamic managers have been loaded, like the player manager. And that should hopefully then help with our out of order operations here. Let's go ahead and unsubscribe from it as well. For sure. Have a good meeting memo. Cool. All right, so in fact, let's put this up at the top because that's kind of the order we have it in. I'm kind of particular about order of stuff. So since I have the initialize method first, and that kind of makes sense that that method would go first, and then I have the load and unload location methods, that's kind of how they're being called here, so I'm just kind of keeping it in the same order. So that is now listening for that initialize, or it's listening for the onload complete event. That will tell it that the player manager has also been loaded in, and then it will initialize itself by getting the current location from the save file, and detecting which one of those location scriptable objects matches the location from the save file, and then we go ahead and we load that location in. So let's give that a try here. I think everything was already set up from last time. One other thing I did too is I actually updated the where is it? Updated the splash screen. So I have a splash screen video for my studio, Dark Matter Studios, and the original file was something like 36 megabytes, and I was trying to figure out how to fix this warning the other day. And it has something to do with like the metadata in the file itself. So I re-encoded the video, and I was able to actually re-encode it without losing any quality or color quality. And I reduced it all the way down to 3 megabytes instead of 36, which is a significant difference. And I'd actually really prefer that because, in fact, let's see if we go into the properties of it. So 3.62 megabytes. But that's so much better because I always include this splash video like in the build because it's the first thing that you're going to see regardless. And so the smaller I can make it without losing quality, the better, because then the build is smaller. So let's go ahead and start this up. I think we have some existing save files already. We do kind of have the save system working now, but without some of the features like encryption and compression. We have those still turned off for the time being. So if we go to start game, sure enough, we do have a existing game for Memo. Just in case, let's go ahead and create a new game. We'll do it for Tiago here. And I'm not sure that that fixed our out of order operation. So it still seems like the location is being loaded in too quickly. And then the player manager is in fact instantiating the player character. We have this sandbox player right here. And you can see what he looks, oh, shoot. Man, that messed stuff up. Whoa there. I have a feeling that has something to do with, either the parallax or, where's our camera manager? Universal camera manager. What kind of, so I think this is set up incorrectly. I think we just want this to be a hard lock to target. And when it's set as framing transposer, it kind of rotates around the character. That might be good for a 3D game, but that's not what we want in a 2D game. So I think that's what just happened there, which is kind of weird. Yeah, so I think we just want hard lock to target. Hard lock to target, and then I think we actually want the aim to be hard look at as well. You know what, I guess that doesn't really matter in the other project. I should change that here in my prefab variant of it. Because that might be, if I use this camera system in another project, maybe we do want it to be a transposer type. So we'll just make it hard lock to target and hard look at. And let's go ahead and start up again. And actually, I'm wondering, it kind of looks like maybe the player was in the right position. I couldn't really tell because the camera went skewed. But when I enabled the player object, it did kind of look like the player was in the right position that it should have been. Let's go ahead and start Tiago's save file here. Now, where is... Yeah, so the player does look to be in the right position of negative 11.3, 7.78. And the way that we know that is if we go into the location here under the sandbox, under the environment paths, we have a default path that's actually a different. Well, actually, here's the path entrance is what we want, I think. I mean, it's close to where the player should be. I don't know if that was just luck. So what happens if we enable the character? Sure enough, the character is in fact there. But my camera got all screwed up. So the follow is set to... Oh, interesting. So the how did the camera get positioned to the same point? That's odd. Maybe. Hold on. I gotta go refresh my memory on what those different camera properties mean. So Cinemachine, body mode, I guess. For real? Sure. That is... Okay, cool. So, transposer moves in a fixed relationship to the follow target. What does that mean? The virtual camera body algorithm moves the virtual camera in a fixed offset to follow the target, to the follow target. It also applies damping. I think that's actually what we want, is transposer. Yeah, and then we want the follow offset to be 0, 0, -10, so the camera's not right on top of the player. Yo, what's up, Zlad Supersonic? Yes, I am making a game. Making a 2D Metroidvania game. I'll kind of show you what I have so far. We kind of just got to the gaming part itself, but I do have like a splash screen, a few notices, like a liability notice and an autosave notice. In fact, let me make this bigger too. That way you can really see it. I know it's kind of smaller in the editor. So yeah, this is the game. We're calling it Midnight Sun for now. And I have like the full main menus working. So we have game settings. We have audio settings where I can actually turn down the music. You won't hear it anymore. And I can, in fact, I'll turn off my other music. I'm playing Spotify in the background here. Now you can hear the game music. And I can turn it down so you don't hear it anymore. And I can turn it back up. So yeah, so we got game settings, audio settings, we've got video settings for quality and stuff. All that's working. We even have like an achievement screen that has a test achievement. I haven't come up with any achievements yet. And then you can actually start a new game or load an existing profile. And that's about as far as I have it so far. So when I click on one of these to load an existing profile, it does load into the game scene, and it loads the Sandbox A location. I don't know if you can see that. It's kind of small. And right now we are trying to set up we have a player that's right here. It's just not active. And we're trying to tell the player where to be when the location loads. So let's say they move from location A to location B. We want to know what is the entrance point of location B, and then have the player object move to that point. That way, different locations can live on different scenes, and then we can load and unload those scenes as needed to kind of recover resources and stuff. And right now, we found a slight issue with the camera settings. I think we actually want this on transposer. Transposer is what I'm looking for, I'm pretty sure. And then aim, I think could actually be composer is actually what we want. So then if we turn on the sandbox, that's not quite what we want. You can tell because it's like skewing it. Just say do nothing maybe. So lock to target with world up. Maybe same as follow target. There we go. That kind of works. So now we have like a player object that's in the game, and we're trying to load it into the right place, make sure that the camera snaps to it so it follows the player around, and that's kind of where we're at. That's what we're setting up right now. So let me go back into this camera manager here, and we want to set that to transposer, lock to target with world up. That way it always stays, it won't rotate, basically. It'll just always lock to the target. And then the aim is kind of what I was looking for next. Let me refresh my memory on which mode is what I'm looking for. So composer keeps the look at target in the camera frame. Do nothing is do not procedurally rotate the virtual camera. So I think that's our issue. That's why we keep getting that like camera skewing, is because it's procedurally rotating the camera. I think we want composer actually. It's either composer or hard look at. But I think we want composer. And let me think here. Damping's okay. Now I can't remember exactly if composer, because composer didn't quite work a second ago. I think maybe we just want hard look at. I do want there to be some damping though. Maybe it's the framing transposer that I was looking for. Let's go back to, let me go look at this really quick. Moves in a fixed screen space relationship to the follow target. I think that's actually what I'm looking for. So framing transposer is designed for 2D and orthographic cameras. Okay, so that was the problem. I was using transposer, and that will procedurally rotate the camera because it's for a 3D game. What we want is framing transposer, and we want to set the Z offset to -10 so it's not right on top of the object. We want it to be a little distance away. And then this type of transposer is meant for 2D games or for orthographic cameras, which is what we're using. We're using an orthographic type camera. And what that means is it gets rid of the perspective. It kind of flattens everything since it's a 2D game. So I think that will fix it here. Let's double check. Oh, we can turn our music up a bit too. We'll start a new game here for Zlad. And if we activate our player... Well, now, I don't know. That could also be because I have... on the environment, I have it set to parallax, and maybe that's kind of what's going on. Because that moves with the camera. Can we move this character? Does this character move yet? We can, in fact, move the character. Look at that. But that's definitely not what we want, I don't think. Let me try turning off parallax. No, so it's not the parallax. It's definitely the camera. Oh, I see that there's a camera distance property, and so we don't actually need this offset. That doesn't do anything for us. It just adds to it. But... Oops. So then, is it composer? Same as follow target? Maybe that's what we're looking for. Same as follow target. So then we have a player here that can actually move around the scene. I can't even jump high enough to get up this ledge. I'm gonna have to adjust that. But yeah, okay. I think we figured it out. Whoops, that's not what I meant to click on. Go back to the camera manager prefab, and let's make this same as follow target. So it will set the virtual camera's rotation to be the same as that of the follow target. Let me look at the different aims again really quick. I'm going to make sure this is right. Virtual camera aim algorithm matches the orientation of the follow target when used with the hard lock to target algorithm in the body properties. This algorithm makes the virtual camera match the path and rotation of a control game object. See, I'm not quite sure that's what we want, actually. Hold on, let me go look at how I have it set up in my other project. I have another project that's similar to this. Yo, what's up, Memo? Welcome back, dude. How did your meeting go? So, if we look at the camera manager here, we have it on framing transposer and do nothing, actually. Okay. So, we got the framing transposer and we'll set the aim to do nothing. I think that is actually what we wanted. Per that, it does not procedurally rotate the virtual camera. So you choose this for static shots or for animating the rotation directly with custom scripts. Meeting went all right. We're pushing for a release by the 3rd. Not sure it's going to happen, though. That's cool. That's always nice. Right before the 4th of July holiday, too. That's cool. Is that why you guys are pushing for it? For the 3rd? So you guys can get it out for the 4th of July? Add some fireworks and stuff? That's why the timing's bad. Alright, so we did in fact, we do have the camera fixed now. Ooh, lots of people on PTO. Oh, for the holiday, huh? Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. So we're trying to get the player manager to spawn our player and reposition it to the right point. And we're still kind of hitting that out of order operations. Yeah, your save game is there, Tiago. Don't worry. So we'll continue from Tiago's game here. And so the location is still being loaded a little bit too quickly, it seems. So I think I'm actually going to put something on the game screen or on the game scene that tells the dynamic managers, like the location manager, to load in and to unload when it's unloaded. That way it's kind of not done out of order. And we do have a player object that's being spawned in, but it's not being positioned to the right place, and it's not being set active. And so those are kind of the problems we're trying to fix right now. But if we set the player active, you'll see that we actually have a working character here that we can run around with. Man, I don't even think I can... Oh, there we go. Oh, I can run, too. I forgot. Man. I gotta, like, add double jump. The gravity is, like, so heavy that I can't jump very high. So we'll have to make some adjustments. But yeah, so we're trying to get it to position the character to the right place, set it active. The camera will then start following the player. You can see that as we move around, the camera actually moves with the player. And once we have all that working, we can then move the player from the location A scene and have him go to the location B scene, and we'll put like a test save point in there. That way the player can go to location B, they can then save their game, we can quit, and then we can reload the game and continue that save file, and the player should then be at the last saved location, which should be location B. So yeah. So to handle the different locations, Memo, what I'm doing is, so I'm doing it different scenes for each location. And so what I have is I have a location manager class that will keep track of all the locations in the game. And all it's really keeping track of is a scriptable object version of the location that then has an addressable reference to the scene. Yeah. So when you hit a trigger, so when we hit the trigger that would load the next location, that will be sent to the location manager. The location manager will possibly show the loading screen if we feel like we need to. We can dynamically adjust that. But it would then load location B while simultaneously unloading location A. And then once location B loads in, we would get the entrance vector position of where the player should be, and the player should then be transported to that. And technically that should all happen behind the scenes of a loading screen, or the camera will fade out for a second while it's loading. And then when it fades back in, that way it all seems like a seamless transition to the player, to the gamer. And then that way, each location can be on its own separate scene, and can be loaded or unloaded as needed to recover resources and keep the game as performant as possible. So that's kind of the idea behind the location manager. So in our scene here, if we go all the way to the end over here, there should be a trigger. Let me double check that. Yeah, so there should be there's a trigger right here. So here's the collider. So when our player enters this trigger, that will then send this trigger. It has like this path script on it. Is that? Oh, well, right now it's set to go back to the same location, but we're going to update that. It would actually go to location B. So when the player hits this trigger, it would then take the location from this path. This path represents like a connection in between two locations. And it will then send the location that it goes to the location manager to be loaded. And then location B would be loaded. Let's see if we can get that in here. Boom. Nope, we can't do that during play mode. I thought it used to let you do that. Or I guess you can only do that at editor time. Anyways, we're about to do that right now. So, yeah. Don't need that for the time being. That actually did not help us. And one other thing I wanted to do really quick is, we're going to make a quick utility script. We'll just call it Dynamic Managers Loader. In fact, did I already create that? I did, actually. I did already create that. Dynamic Managers Loader. So we don't actually need that script. Let's delete that. Whoopsie. And so what I'm going to do is all the Dynamic Manager Loader does is on awake, it's going to load the dynamic managers, and on destroy, it's going to unload the dynamic managers. And then this mono behavior will just live on that game scene. I'm getting confused now. Okay, let's get rid of this. So then if we go back here to the game scene, the game scene's just like an empty scene. It won't actually have audio. Let's delete that. But it will have UI. So we'll put some UI stuff on here. That'll live on the main game scene. And then locations will kind of be loaded as sub-scenes to the game scene. But then also what we're going to do here is put the Dynamic Managers Loader. And let's reset that transform. And then let's add that script to it. That way, when this scene is loaded in, that will then tell the dynamic managers to load. And when this scene is unloaded and destroyed, this will then tell the dynamic managers to unload. And the purpose of that, we'll put that up here, is so we can go into our game manager. And in our game manager is kind of where we've been loading and unloading the dynamic managers. Now we don't have to do that at all. That'll all be handled for us whenever we load into that game scene. And that will also help with the out of order of operations that's kind of occurring. And we can also clean up all this code and make it nice lambdas. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. I think what I actually want to do too is let's pass in the new game ID in here. Yeah, clean code, always. The cleanest we can make it, because we are good developers. And then we're going to update this new game action to take a string new game ID, and we'll pass it in. And then we should have one place, or maybe a few places. I don't think I'm actually using this anymore. Let's get rid of that. Save file recycle view. We do actually want to use that there, but we're not doing that yet. So let's just get rid of that code until we've updated it to do that. So for now, when you press on an existing, this class represents a save file on the start screen. So when you press on the existing save file, it's going to load that game. It won't try to create a new game. But the idea was I would get rid of the new game button and create an empty profile to be the new game button. So you'd have all your existing profiles, but then a new game profile underneath them. But maybe I don't actually want that. We'll think about that later. We're not quite there yet. And then this is the one place I thought it would actually be needed. So instead of calling this here, we're actually just going to pass the new game ID into the game events, and we can get rid of those save events and get rid of the using statement for them. That way the game manager is kind of responsible for that. So when you call new game, it will tell the save system to create a new save file, and then it will load that game scene. When you load a game, you're passing in the save file to use, so it'll tell the save system to load that save file that you just passed in, and then also load the game scene. That way these two methods kind of match. That's kind of why I did that. Cool. And we can get rid of this using statement for the dynamic managers because it's also no longer handling that. One other thing that's a little bit cleaner. In fact, let's make a new empty object, and let's just call it utilities, and we'll put that on it. I like to kind of have a parent, because that way if we have any other objects or scripts that are going to like do some sort of utility function for us, we can kind of child them all underneath this. And then it keeps the hierarchy looking really nice and clean. All right, let's test that out really quick. Let's make sure that the dynamic managers are in fact loading in as we expect them to. It shouldn't change anything. All right, so we'll continue from Zlad's save file. So yeah, that did actually fix our out-of-order operations. So the game scene is now first in the hierarchy, and that's what I wanted. Whereas before, the Sandbox A location was showing up first in the hierarchy. And we don't want that. We want the game scene to be first in the hierarchy, because it should be loaded first. And then any location scene will be loaded underneath that. That way, the main game UI can live on this game scene, and then the location scenes can be loaded and unloaded as needed, right? But one thing that still did not happen is we are still not able... we should probably go look at the location code. So, we're calling this code to set the player's position as soon as the location is loaded. And that's kind of what we want to do. In fact, I have a feeling that this would work going forward for any other locations that we load into, because the player is already in the scene now, and the player manager is now listening for those events. But it still seems like the location is being loaded. Or actually, we should probably debug through here. Maybe the path is coming up null, and it's never actually setting the player's position. That could also be happening. Let me go back to the project. But if we turn on our player, we do get some weird flashing. And I'm not sure if that's the location's parallax or not. That might be because of the parallax effect, or that could still be because of our virtual camera settings. We do still have it set to a -10 offset, but with a distance of 10. And that then just doubles that. So maybe we can reset that. And is this... And it is set as orthographic. Oh, so the flashing is right when I enable the character, the camera then tries to snap to the character, and I'm seeing some flashing in the background. Let me see if that shows up on stream. I'll try to make this nice and big too. So we can load in. We load into your profile here, Memo. And right when I set the player active, that tells the camera manager what target to follow, which is the player. And when we set him active, yeah, the background kind of like flashes. I don't know if you saw that. It's just like back here. And there's two things that could be causing that. It's either because I have the environment. Yeah, it looks like Z fighting, exactly. But I don't know if that's because I'm doing parallaxing. That could be part of the problem. I don't think it is, because as I move the player, it should also be parallaxing, and I'm not getting any Z fighting while doing that. Hold on, let's go change the player's jump so that I can actually make it past this stupid little... There we go. Now I can actually jump. That feels a lot better, too. So, yeah, so I'm not sure if it's the parallaxing that's causing that. Like, maybe the parallax effect on the background is too high, and while the camera is snapping to the player's position, it's then causing that weird parallax effect. But as I'm moving the character, the parallax is turned on, and it's parallaxing right now. It's kind of hard to tell, but I can see that, like, the darker objects in the foreground are moving left and right more than the objects in the background, for example, right? Well, I think I'm testing it right now. As I move the character, it is parallaxing right now, and we're not getting that flashing effect. So I have a feeling it has something to do with the camera snapping to the character's position. Also, I think we can check, can we trigger anything here? Is the player even set as a player? Oh, no. Well, that would help too. Let's set the player as a player object, and it just disappeared on us. Where did it go? Huh? I would be willing to bet the camera manager is not set up to see everything. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Is the camera? Oh, hold on. Maybe it's under. Uh, Everything. There we go. So then we can actually. Oh, where'd the player go? I think the player just fell off the face of the earth here. Yep, he's just falling. All right. But now we can actually move around. Hold on. So let me go fix something in the camera manager before I forget. I was going to take the framing transposer, and we can actually make this offset 0, because the framing transposer property has this camera distance. No, good thing there's no fall damage. Yes. Well, maybe we will have fall damage. I'm not sure yet. But so we're gonna set the offset to 0 and the camera distance to 10, because this camera distance actually controls the Z value. So anything that I put here, it just gets added to the camera distance. So the point being, I don't actually have to put anything here to get it to be 10. If I were to put 10 here, this would actually become -20 when the player object gets filled in. So we're going to make that 0. Also wondering, hold on, let me just reset this whole thing. And we want framing transposer. I was thinking it might change the look ahead time. I wasn't sure if I had changed these or not. But I guess not. So that all looks fine. Cinemachine Confiner. We actually want that on Confine 2D. Go up here. I have to open the prefab to do that. Oh, I'll do that on the other project. And then we'll change the far clip plane to like 1000 for now. And we'll change this to 0.01. Just in case we have some sort of object that's really close to the camera. It won't get cold. Not cold like hot cold, but cold, C-U-L-L, like cut out of the camera frame. Okay, so in fact, I'm wondering if that fixes the... Oh shit. What's broken? Hold on. The camera effects... I broke something on the camera manager. Could be on the virtual camera. The camera effects has the virtual camera. What is it saying? Oh, I think when we reset the camera, we accidentally removed the, where is it? How did I do that? Oh, with the basic multi-channel Perlin noise. I think it had reset that. That's how I do like a screen shake. But we're actually going to update that anyway. What we would rather do is put a Cinemachine impulse listener onto the camera object, and use that impulse listener to respond to like a Cinemachine impulse source. So that way we can shake the camera with this instead. that's what we would prefer to do. But for now, how do I, remove? We'll just make sure that basic multi-channel Perlin noise is set up, and I think that will fix the issue. You use the impulse listener too? Nice. I just read your last message. I got my AC on right now, so it's very cold. It's hilarious. So I'm wondering if that will now fix the flashing in the background. Well, I don't know that it fixed it because it looks like the background's not being rendered in anymore, actually. In fact, that was the other thing we had to do. Is if we go to the camera, we want it to just show everything right now. And we will change that. Oh, you know what? Everything but the UI. And then we'll kind of change that as we need it to. But that would definitely be the problem. We are not rendering everything. All right, now let's see if that fixed the background flashing. I'm not sure if it will or not. Oh shit. The other thing I meant to do too is we should take our sandbox player object and we should set the layer on him. In fact, I wonder if I can do that now before it gets spawned in. We shall see. Yeah, that actually worked. Cool. But the background is still not rendering. Why isn't the background rendering? Now, it's all the way at 1000. That's how far our camera renders. So what if we put it to 1001? Oh, I'm sorry, we gotta do that on the virtual camera. What if we put it to 1001? Ah, okay. So, our background is being pushed all the way to the far clip plane. I wonder if, is it getting that from the camera? Let me check that out really quick. So, I think that's under location. So the location has a background sprite, and the camera events then sets that background. So that's actually in the camera code. So down into our camera manager, and when it's setting the background, we are childing that background to the camera. We are, in fact, positioning it to the far clip plane. Now, that will be a problem because if it's always positioned to the far clip plane value, it will never actually render in. So what we want to do is say far clip plane minus 1 minus 1f. So if the far clip plane value is 1000, this would then put it at 999, right? So that way it's always still within the rendering frustrum of the camera. Now, how that was just working a second ago before I reset the camera, I'm not actually sure. That's curious. All right, so we updated that. We don't need that. Go back into this other project. We're going to update the camera manager here. But yeah, we are getting pretty close to our goal here, though, of being able to spawn a player in to a default scene or to the last loaded location or the last saved location. And we actually already have a character that can move around, run, jump, crouch. I should actually show some of that off. So if we go in here, the main camera is orthographic. The far is one thing. Well, that doesn't matter. What matters is the virtual camera. Make that 0.01. And orthographic size of 10. Then we don't want that. We want framing transposer. And we want do nothing. But we do want the basic multi-channel Perlin noise for now. And we'll put this on 2D for now too. And we'll drag it up here. I was going to do that too. Actually, this camera effects does not need to live on the virtual camera. At least I don't think it does. Let me double check. Hello? Because it has reference to the virtual camera, and then that's what it uses. I also could check right here when I'm setting up the virtual camera. I'm trying to get that basic multi-channel Perlin noise component. And if it's not there, we could always just add it. So if multi-channel Perlin equals null, multi-channel Perlin equals virtual camera dot add Cinemachine component, Cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin. That way, if I accidentally reset the camera again, when it tries to get that component, if it doesn't exist, it will add it for me. I don't have to think about it. So that's kind of a nice thing. But then it does not look like this needs to live on the virtual camera because it has a reference to the virtual camera, so it doesn't need to live on the same object. So I'm actually going to move it to the camera manager itself. That seems like a better place for it to be on the parent. Then we can take this, we'll copy it, we'll move up here to the camera manager, and we'll paste it there. So that way we have the camera manager and the camera effects all live on that. And let's fill in camera effects here. And then that way we don't need it on the virtual camera itself. That way the virtual camera will only have components on it related to Cinemachine, is kind of what I'm going for. And then the camera effects will be on the top level. And that won't actually change anything. It'll still all work the same. So let's go ahead and export that. Adjust my chair here so I sit more upright. I'm going to start getting that developer hunch if I don't focus on my posture. I'll get the nerd neck is what I call it when I hang out like this. from staring at the screen too close. We gotta sit upright and have good posture, good ergonomics. Now, did that player get updated? It did. Perfect. And our packages are already done exporting. And let's import it really quick. And before we test, we will look at our camera manager just to make sure that it's still set up correctly. Cool. No, it is not, because it doesn't have the camera effects on there. And neither does this one. That's odd. Just in case, let's delete the Dark Matter Studios folder. Sometimes Unity does not like me updating the package, it seems. So I have to delete the entire folder and then re-import the asset, and then all of a sudden it updates. And that seems to cause a lot of headache for me too, because things will break and I'll then try to fix them and I'll re-import the packages thinking that it's fixed, but then Unity never actually accepted the new package. And it gets confusing because of that. So if we go to our URP camera manager, that is still not set up correctly. Oh, you know what? I think did I only do it to the camera manager? I did. I didn't do it to the actual URP camera manager. Well, that would do it too. So let's copy that component. We're going to paste it here. We're going to drag it in there. And we're going to remove it from here. And this should be do nothing. And that can be confined 2D. And it does have the basic multi-perlet noise. Alright, now we got to export the packages one more time, because I overlooked that. So Unity actually was working this time. That's what makes it even more confusing, is sometimes Unity works, sometimes it doesn't. And I never know which time is which. Mm-hmm. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Then we can go here. We can import that package, and now it should be updated properly. If all goes well, which it never does. Did it import already? I kind of expected more to happen. I guess it did. Okay, cool. So now, let's just play. Let's see what happens. Maybe we fixed the flashing, the Z fighting. We should have also fixed the background. Should be positioned correctly. We go look at the camera. Yeah, the near and far plane are set correctly. So let's start from Zlad's here. And the background is showing up as we would expect it to. It's parented underneath the camera. And it was set to 999 instead of 1,000, because if it's set at 1,000, we wouldn't actually see it. So cool. That's all working. And now if we turn on our player, and we don't actually get that Z fighting. So I have a feeling that was part of the issue, is the background was not positioned correctly. And when we enabled the character, the camera was snapping to the character, and it was then fighting to render that background, because it was all the way at the very end of its far clipping plane for rendering. So it looks like we fixed that. So, and it was not the parallax, which is a great thing. The parallax is working great here. Oh, I gotta change the remind me to change the player's jump force after we stop playing. That way I don't have to keep doing it each time. But we have a player object that has this nice hat on top of him. That way I can tell what direction he's facing, right? And I can move left and right. And I don't know if you can kind of see, it has acceleration to it as well. I can also... is crouching working? Should be working. Let's do this. I want to be able to see player in the scene and in the game at the same time. I have this capsule collider. Yeah, so when I crouch, the player's collision, I don't know if you can see that. It's kind of hard to see the collider on here because it's a very thin green line. But when I crouch, the collider goes all the way up here to the top of the head. And when I crouch, it actually becomes halfway. So now it's just like a circle. Now, the character himself is supposed to get squashed down, and that doesn't seem to be working. But I think I turned that off because that would actually be like an animation that we trigger. We don't actually want to do that manually. But so we have crouching, we have left and right movement, we have jumping. We can hold down the shift button, and I can then actually go faster, and I can jump a lot farther. I think we have a dash ability. How do we dash? I also have a look up. Oh, well, that's not working. What do we get a null reference for? Oh, whoops. Well, so we're not getting the transposer. This is commented out, but had it not been commented out, we would actually have this transposer reference. So then when we press the up arrow, the character's like head would rotate and look up, and the camera itself would also move up. So we can move the camera up and down as the player does things. That way you can kind of look around your environment and stuff too. So what I really want to see next, though, is underneath the location, this path to the next... Oh, we also have to fix the path. That's part of the issue. It's pointing to the same Sandbox A scene, and we don't actually want that. But it is looking for the player. The problem is, because we're already on this location, it doesn't do anything. So let's go fix that really quick. And in fact, let me... where are we getting the main camera from? If I uncomment this... Yeah, so that's going to have a problem. What we want to do is get it from here. And that might actually have to be something I update in my tools. I have this static main camera class that I cache the main camera, the value of it. That way I never have to call camera.main. I'll always have a static reference to it that can be called from anywhere. But one thing we do need to do here, because this uses Cinemachine, ooh, I like this beat. It's Cosmo Canyon. Oh, thank you, Tiago. I make Unity look easy. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you have any questions though, let me know. I'm happy to try to explain things. But what I was saying is I like this beat. It's the Cosmo Canyon from Final Fantasy VII, but as like a lo-fi beat. Pretty cool. So what I'm gonna do then is we're gonna also have a reference to the virtual camera on here. Because honestly, I don't make anything that doesn't use Cinemachine anymore. Cinemachine's pretty much default in all projects that I create now. And then that way, let's just make this, we'll just make it set with a Cinemachine virtual camera. Because then the Cinemachine, why is what? I'm not sure I know what you're asking. Why do I make Unity look so easy? Is that what you're asking? Or are you asking about Cinemachine? Is that what you're asking about? Maybe. Gotcha. Because Cinemachine is very powerful, and it's not needed, but I've been using it for so long, and it has a lot of great features and stuff to it, that I'm under the personal belief that Cinemachine should be installed by default in every Unity project. Cinemachine is wonderful, and especially they have a new version coming out right now, Cinemachine 3.0, and it's got some. They have a wonderful sample tutorial that has a lot of really cool stuff in it. I'm not going to go through this video; it's pretty long. But there's a Cinemachine 3.0 sample pack, I think. The point being, the new Cinemachine 3 is actually really cool. They added a bunch of great new features. In their sample pack, they have things like player controllers, stuff that feel really good to use. Including they have like a gravity player controller that's kind of like the Mario Galaxy effect, where Mario can jump from one planet to another planet and kind of flip his gravity to then match that planet. And they have a sample that now does that. But yeah, Cinemachine is wonderful. I recommend it for everything. It's not always needed, so I maybe shouldn't say that, but personally, I use it in everything. So before, like I had to custom code a script that would take like the player object and would update the camera's position every frame to match the player's position, whereas Cinemachine has all that kind of stuff just built in by default. So a lot less coding with Cinemachine, and a lot of nice features like screen shake, camera bounds. Like so, in all of my locations, I have this camera bounds child object, and it's just a polygon collider. So this is what it's set to. And Cinemachine has like this confiner on it. If we go to my camera manager, the virtual camera has this Cinemachine confiner. And if we set that collider into this property here, it will force the camera to stay within inside of that collider and never go outside of it. So there's just a lot of niceties to it that I don't have to now code myself. Set the Cinemachine virtual camera. Yeah, Cinemachine's awesome. I highly recommend it. So what I'm doing here is in fact, we can make this work with or without Cinemachine, but I use Cinemachine for everything, so that's why I'm adding it in as kind of like a dependency. But what I was doing is, in this main camera static class that I created, I have an ability to, or I have a way to set the main camera so that everyone else can get reference to it without calling camera.main, because camera.main is actually an expensive invocation, and we don't want to use that. So we kind of statically cache the main camera so that anything else that needs to use it can get reference to it without calling that expensive method. And then now what I'm doing is I am setting a method so that we can also set the virtual camera as well, and then make it so I'm just going to add a few things here. Public static bool is set is the main camera set. Then we'll call this one has virtual camera, and we'll come down here and say just copy that and call this as virtual camera, and we'll point it to that instead. Does the main camera have a virtual camera? And then down here where we're setting that virtual camera, instead of setting the is set, we're going to check is the virtual camera not null, and set that to the has virtual camera. We actually don't need that. That's only for when setting the main camera. So we have is set, has virtual camera, and I was actually going to do the has camera effects as a private variable. That way we can set that there. And we will duplicate that, and we'll call this camera effects. I like to have all these things private so they can only be set within within this script itself. It's kind of overkill because we could just do these as properties, like with a getter and setter, or private setter even. which would do the exact same thing. But I like to do it this way. So, and that's why Writer's actually highlighting these for me. It's saying that I could convert these into auto properties with a private setter, which would just look like a getter with a private setter, right? In fact, let's just do that. Or we'll convert them all to auto properties. That's fine. Oh, and then this should point to the camera effects, and then I think we can actually do the same thing here. Private set. And one other thing we want to do is make another one of these for the virtual camera. And this is a Cinemachine virtual camera. Get the Cinemachine virtual camera. This is just get the camera effects. Does the main camera have a virtual camera? Does the main camera have camera effects? Perfect. And then we can get rid of this virtual camera down here. Make that virtual camera, that virtual camera. And actually, we don't even need... I think I will also create a value for the main camera as well. Camera, what do we want to call this? Main camera value, I guess. Get the main camera. Just in case someone wants to access it directly or something. I used to have this and I removed it, and I don't know that I need it anymore. Because instead what I did is I added an add listener method and a remove listener method. So when the main camera gets set, we invoke that event. So anyone that's listening for the main camera would then receive the main camera in that event. But just in case, we'll put it up here too, just so it kind of matches everything. Then that was the other thing. We can just make this value, and then we no longer need that. And this is just telling me that it suggests calling it on set, and that does not make sense to me. That makes absolutely no sense. Oh, and this should also be value. Cool. All right, now who's complaining? The camera manager. Gotcha. So it is going to have a problem if I call both of these set. So we're going to just rename this one set virtual. Or set virtual camera. That's fine. Set virtual camera. Because then here in the camera manager, we can call set virtual camera null. And then in our awake, we then call main camera, set the virtual camera to the virtual camera. So now in that static main camera class, anyone can access the main camera itself, the virtual camera, or the camera effects, because those are all kind of parts of the camera system, right? Then we can fix that null reference that we ran into. Dope. All right, that get built. It did. And let's export our packages. And then so what we're fixing is that in the character lookup script, we will then be able to grab the virtual camera and get the framing transposer component of the virtual camera. So that way, when we press up on the keyboard, the camera will actually offset a bit upwards, like as if the character was looking up. We just gotta wait for these packages to export really quick. Let's go ahead and close that out of the background. Okay, packages are exported. And let's go ahead and import that updated code for the camera system. And actually that should immediately fix the error that we have here. And it did. Perfect. So we now have on the main camera class access to the virtual camera, and we can then get the framing transposer component of Cinemachine. That way, when the character looks up, we set the camera offset to whatever the offset value is. Yeah. Let me show that off now. So if we start the game here, get this back up and big. In fact, I'm going to move the console to like down here. In fact, we'll put it with the audio mixer. We'll even put the animator and animation up here, but we'll go back to the scene. That way we can have the game view nice and big, but then we can still kind of see what we're doing. Make it slightly smaller, just so I have a little more space up here so we can actually see the scene in the editor. You can kind of see here's the main menu UI, and there's like the background effects flowing over it. It's pretty cool. And then this is what it actually looks like. So if we start a game, let's use Tiago's file here. Then we can turn on our player. Our player moves around. And now if we press up, or the W key, you can see the camera actually offsets. It goes up a bit, as if the character was looking upwards. So that way, it's because this is a Metroidvania game, you could be kind of like looking around and exploring different avenues and stuff, looking for secret walls or something, you know, that kind of stuff. Also, before I forget, we want to update that sandbox player's jump to just be slightly higher. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go set up the I don't think I'm actually using those anymore, but we're going to go reset up a new location for the Sandbox B location. It's under project, scriptable objects, scenes, game scene location. Where is that? Sandbox A. We have two of these? Oh, that one's broken, so delete that one. Sandbox A. Okay, so here's our Sandbox A location. It's under... Oh, it's under locations. Okay. So let's duplicate that, and we're going to call this Sandbox B, and We'll give it the right name here, sandbox B. And then we're going to set, is that marked as addressable yet? Oh, it is. It's all the way at the top. So we have sandbox A and we have sandbox B. So the sandbox B, where do we go? Locations, location SO. So sandbox B now points to sandbox B. Sandbox A points to sandbox A. And then if we go into that scene, the sandbox A location, we can now go all the way over here to the trigger that lives right there. So this guy right here. So here's the trigger that would then signify that the player is leaving location A and going to location B. And so this is a path to sandbox B, but as you can see, we had sandbox A filled in. We're actually going to fill that in now with sandbox B. And the path scriptable object it should use is not sandbox A default, but sandbox A to sandbox B. So the location is what location should be loaded, and the path is what path was taken to get to that new location. And in this case, we're going from A to B. So let's save that. And let's actually go into sandbox B as well. We don't need this UI. The audio we also don't need, because that's going to be under here. We're going to have to set those up in a second. Where is... In fact, I'm just going to set them up right now really quick. We have an audio cue. It's probably under sandbox, actually. There we go. So we have music for sandbox A. This is an audio cue. No, not an audio channel. I said audio cue, bro. What? Why did it do that? Audio cue. That one. Okay. So we have an audio cue, and we're gonna play some music for the, what do these sound like actually? I guess demo level? Let's see, what does that sound like? Let's turn down the other music really quick. Sure. So that will be, this will be for location B, and then we'll use like the main menu music for location A or something. So if we go to the audio cues, location A is actually using that. So let's make location B, we'll use the main menu music instead. Set that as an audio cue. And in here, we will use the main menu music. So now we have music for location A and a different music for location B. So here in location B, in the music player, we're going to set that. Why isn't it showing up? We're going to set it to music sandbox B. That's the music that represents the sandbox B location. And it can actually have the same ambience. Oh, now it shows up, huh? We'll give it like the city ambience, just for fun. And then one other thing I wanted to check is if we go look at location B, it's literally just location A, but I've flipped it around. That way the entrance is over here. And we have to then fix that because we don't want whatever this object is. Let's go back to sandbox A really quick. Let's go grab, we're going to just grab this path. Go back to sandbox B. We're going to paste it as a child there. I think that's right. And if we edit the collider, yeah. So now we have it in the same exact spot. It's just flipped around, right? But then this path, we're going to call path to sandbox A. So because this is location B, when the player comes to this location, the music should change. And then if they go back through the trigger, they would go back to location A. So that has the same path of sandbox A to sandbox B, but we should put sandbox A in there. Then, all this set up correctly? Why do we have 11 environment layers? Oh no, that's right. It should be 11. All right, cool. So now, in theory, we should be able to start the game. We still have to figure out why the player is not being set active. So we'll do that next. But we can then manually set the player active. And then we can move around location A, and we can go to the very end of it and go into that trigger that should then load the next location. So let's start with this profile here. Doesn't really matter which profile at the moment. So we enable the character because for some reason he's not being enabled. But now we have a player that is in location A, sandbox A. And you can, oh, you know what? There's no music set up either. We can just hear the ambience. So if we go all the way to the very end of this location, we should, in fact, I want to zoom in on this area right here. So when we hit the trigger that's like right here, let's see where it is actually. All right, so there's the trigger. When we hit that trigger, we should technically load into location B. And we did not. Why not? Well, we'll worry about that next too. So the things that we need to figure out here is why is the player not being positioned correctly and set active? And then we need to figure out why is this trigger not loading the next location. And we can actually debug those things. Let's go check out the path code really quick. To debug, I'm going to have to stop playing and restart. Let me think. So on trigger enter, is it set as a trigger? It is. It's set as a trigger. So on trigger enter, we should be checking, is the selected layer mask or is the object that went into the trigger have a layer that is in the layer mask that we have set up? This might actually be backwards. it might be returning here. I think this is checking, is the player's layer part of the layer mask, which we know it is, and then it's returning because of it instead of actually calling the code. So I think that's actually what's going on. So let's stop, let's debug. That's what I forgot. I forgot to attach it to the editor. And then we'll enable debugging for the session. And then we can kind of go check that. But I think that's what's going on is this code should actually be within the if statement. And what we want to do here is put like a not equal. I think we would actually just switch that around and switch that around. So that this would then, now that we've switched that around, this will say if an object comes into the trigger and it has a layer that is not part of the layer mask that we've set, then just return, don't do anything. But if it does have a layer that is part of our layer mask, then we call this code. And maybe this is not the right load. Yeah, it should be the right code. Or the right load. There's only one load. Now, why did so much stuff just break? Oh, because Unity needs to recompile here. Hold on. It was like, why is it yelling at me? Please don't yell at me. There it goes. It just needed to recompile. So we're now debugging this, and I would be willing to bet that I just had it backwards. Let's try to play again, and we'll try to get the player to trigger the location loading. And then once we get that working, we will go figure out why is the player not being spawned at the right place, and set active on the very first scene. We got to figure that out next too. So we set our player active. We can then move our player all the way to the very end here. And when we go into that trigger, it's not hitting the breakpoint. Now, why is that? Does it have a collider on it? That would also really throw things off if there's not even a collider. No, there has to be a collider. Duh, I've been showing off the collider. There's a collider. There it is. And the player object is on player layer. Is there more than one player layer? I don't think so. Player layer. That's already set. And the layer mask is checking for the player object. So why are we not hitting the breakpoint? That's interesting. Info. It has no contacts. Interesting. Technically, that breakpoint should be hitting. That's very strange that it's not. So maybe I did not have it backwards. It maybe looks like the layer is not, the collider trigger is not picking up the layer regardless. It's not calling that code for some reason. Oh, I know exactly why. God, I'm dumb. So this is set to on trigger enter. It should actually be on trigger enter 2D. And let's see, what goes into that? On trigger enter 2D is a collider 2D. So that's the problem. We're calling the 3D version. We should be calling the 2D version. Okay, that's the issue, guys. We figured it out. So if we play again, we should be able to load the next location, I would hope. Unless something else is wrong. But we're making pretty good progress here. We now have the ability to start a new game or load an existing game. The game scene is loaded, the last location is loaded, or at least as far as we know it is. And then we have a character that we can move around and go to another location with. And then we can kind of test out what happens if we save at another location. And can we then stop the game and then load from that new location, load into that new location that we saved at. So now when we hit the trigger, it did in fact work. It loaded the Sandbox B location, but the player was not positioned correctly, so he's just falling forever now. Let's see, where is the player? And you can see everything's all like separated out as layers because the player's falling down, so it's actually parallaxing on the y-axis, which is pretty funny. But when we went through that, so the location is being loaded correctly. That is working. We like that. That's awesome. The only problem is the location, when loaded, should be telling the player, should be firing an event that this is the position where the player should be. And then the player should be repositioned to that position so it doesn't fall endlessly. That's kind of the same issue that we're having on the first scene when we first load in. So we will have to figure that out next because it looks like it's the same problem, that the location is never actually loading, or it's never it's not repositioning the character correctly. That is what I'm trying to say. So if we go into the location code, what's happening is when the location is loaded, and maybe it's because it's listening for these events in on enable and on disable. I'm wondering if it's starting to listen for this event too early, or I mean too late. Like maybe we should be listening for this event in the awake instead. That way, I'm wondering if that's the problem. Let's put some debug statements really quick. This is location, the awake method. And this is the location on enable method. And we'll even do on disable just for the fun of it. On disable. And then we're going to say location loaded. So that way we know when the location class receives that event. We can also see that as well, because that's when it should be setting the player's position. So if this is not being called, that would tell us that we're subscribing to this event too late, and maybe we have to change it to awake instead. Or maybe we have to invoke this event after a slight delay. Like maybe we should yield for a frame and then call the event. after the location is loaded. And then let's also put some debugs into the location manager as well. Oops. So we'll call this location manager the initialize method. So we're just kind of logging out these different methods to the console. That way we can kind of see the order that they are occurring. So this is going to then say load location. Because yeah, so we're loading the scene here additively. We could even do a wait for completion here. Because then we get, that will ensure that we get back the scene, or that will ensure that that operation completes. We then don't have to do this. We don't necessarily need to do that. We'll check. I don't want to change any code yet, but maybe that'll help. So right now, we're telling the scene to load additively, and we're caching the operation. And while the operation is not done, we're just awaiting task.yield, which is, it's kind of like yielding return null in a coroutine so that it waits for a frame. And now yield is not necessarily the equivalent of a frame. So that might be part of the problem too, is that as soon as this operation is done, we then call that location loaded event. And maybe we don't want to do that. Or maybe we do want to do that. Maybe that's just happening too early, is what I'm worried about. So then we'll put another one here. Location loaded. So that way we know that this event is being fired off. But if the location loaded here, this log does not get called, that means we're subscribing to the event too late, and we need to subscribe to it earlier. So let's give that a try. That way we can kind of see what order are things happening in, how do we need to adjust that order so that things get initialized in the order that we want them to. All right, so we start a game, and we can ignore that. We just want to look at the console. So the location manager initialize is being called. It's then trying to load a location. The awake and the on enable of the location have both been called, and the location loaded method was also called. So we're not like registering to the event too late. This is exactly what I want to happen. This is all in the right order. So now the problem is, not necessarily the location manager. That seems to be happening correctly. Now the problem is anyone, well, is the player manager even listening for this event? That would also help. Yes, the player manager is listening for this event. So let's now add some log statements to the player manager, and then we can see when do those get called in reference to the location manager. We'll just copy that log statement. We'll paste it here. This is the player manager awake. Player manager on enable. Player manager on disable. I don't actually need the on disable calls, but it's just nice to have. Just in case on disable is being called for some reason. And then we'll make one more for player manager set position. So we can see if that's being called or not. Everything else looks fine. So we know that this, actually we should also check here. We should, I'm adding a log statement here as well, so we can check, are we actually getting to this code? And if not, then we can set a breakpoint here and we can kind of figure out why we're not getting to this code. But we'll do that next. So we have our log statements. We can now kind of watch the order of operations of things as the game loads into the scene. All right. The player manager calls its awake and on enable. So it should be registered to that event. That's happening before the location manager or the location does anything. No, actually, I take that back. The location is not getting to that set player position. So that seems to be the issue. It might not even be an order of operations. I think oh, you know what? I think this is the problem right here. This location is checking the new location that has been sent in. No, that should be right. Because the background and the bounds are being set. So I have a feeling that the path is coming up null. And because of that, we're then returning. We're never calling player set position. And had we called that, we would have got this log statement that says we were setting the player position, but we did not receive that log statement. So somewhere in here, we are returning. Let's go ahead and debug that really quick. We'll step through it. We'll see where that's breaking and figure out why, and then we can fix it. And then we should have a working player and location system so that when a location is loaded, it should be setting the player's correct position and enabling the object in the scene. All right, so the location that was passed in is sandbox A, and the location that we have is sandbox A. So these are equivalent to each other. So we will go past that code because every location is listening for this event. So if location B were to get loaded right now, the object that represents location A would return here because we don't want to initialize location A if location B was passed in. So we step past that. We set the camera bounds and the background. And so we have two paths here. We have the default path, and the path to sandbox B. And I would be willing to bet that the current path is null. That seems to be our issue. We have not set the current path. I understand now what's going on. We need to set the current path to the default path. So on awake, it should be set as the default path. I have to think this through. But basically, the path that we got back is null. Because we're checking each and every path to see if it matches the current path. And if it does not, then we return null. So we are, in fact, returning here. We're not getting anything. So I actually understand what's going wrong, even as complicated as it sounds. So the problem is, in awake, no, this should actually happen in the location manager. How to verbalize this problem? So at some point, we need to set the current path. Yeah. So we would do it in awake. So what we would do is we would say if path.current equals null, then we want to set it to the default path. Path.current equals the default path. Otherwise, if it already has a value, we wouldn't set it to the default path. We want to use whatever path is in there. Now, how do we get the default path? Do we tell every location to have a default path? Paths parent. So maybe, where am I getting the paths array? So I have an array of paths. Am I actually setting that somewhere? I am. Gotcha. So I'm doing that in onValidate, but that's actually not the right place to do that. Well, it can be the right place to do that. That's being set correctly. Oh, let's uncomment the paths. So path.current would be the first or default, I guess. I guess we can just say paths 0. But this is looking for a scriptable object, I think. And this is then getting... So we want to get this value from the path. path SO. Okay, so we actually have that. We would just get the very first path, the path SO. And if that does not exist, then we're just setting it to null anyways. Let me think this through for a second. I think this will fix our issue, though, because the problem is we've never set the current path. So every time we try to check against it, this value is always null. So the path that we've passed in will also, or the paths that we, blah, 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 I can't talk. The paths that we have for this location will never match the null object. And because they never match, the path that we get returned to us will always be null. And so we will always return here and never actually call player set position. So we need to set that current path at some point. I also want to make sure that we actually have paths here. So if paths.length is less than 1, then we would return. So if we don't have any paths, if we haven't found any, then we're just going to return here. Otherwise, we're going to check, is the current path null? And if it is, then we're going to set it to the very first path that we have. I think that will now fix our issue. All right, let's check it out. So if we start the game, we should be able to click New Game or load an existing profile. And this time, the player should be positioned correctly and set active for us. We shouldn't have to do anything. It should all just be automatic. So if we pick Memo's profile here, I forgot that we have this break pointed. But now we can step through this and we can see the current path has been set to the Sandbox A default path. And if we go past that, we did in fact get a path returned to us, which is the Sandbox A default path. So if we continue, the player was indeed set to the right location and the object was enabled like we would expect it to be. So now we should be able to travel to location B, and the player won't just fall forever, because when it gets to location B will do the same thing and tell the player to go to this position. Dang it, I should really stop that breakpoint. But no, the player is still falling. And I don't know if maybe that's because it glitched out because of the breakpoint, or maybe we don't have... We might not have location B set up correctly. But man, we're making good progress here. We are so close. Let's actually do this. I'm going to take the location A the location from Sandbox A, and I'm going to go to Sandbox B, and I'm going to delete the location there and paste the one from A instead. And then the only difference is we want to take the environment and change the scale to -1. And that way it's reversed it for us, right? And then the last thing we have to do is just check, we can get rid of this default path, and this will be a path to Sandbox A. And just make sure it has the Sandbox A, Sandbox B, and it should go to Sandbox A. Okay, So I just did that because I don't know if I had actually set up. I made some changes to this location stuff, and I have a feeling that Sandbox B was not set up correctly. So I'm just duplicating Sandbox A, flipping it around, and kind of changing the path here. Yeah. Cool. All right, so now if we play, can we, and one other thing I wanted to do is we should have, I think it's under Sandbox. We do have music for Sandbox A and music for Sandbox B. Okay, so then in the Sandbox A scene, we want to, on the music player, set that Sandbox A music, right? And on the ambience player, we have the ambience music. Now, one thing that's, it doesn't matter. We'll check that later. Okay, and then if we go to Sandbox B, did we set the music there? I'm pretty sure we did, but let's just double check. No, we did not. So, because we just redid Sandbox B anyways. So let's reset the music to Sandbox B's music. And then that way, when we change location, we should also be changing music as well. Cool. All right. The moment of truth, guys. I think we made real considerable progress here. We now have a fully working game system that we can create a new game or load an existing game. And we then have different locations that the player can travel to. And the last thing we need to set up is a save point in location B, so that we can test when the player gets to location B, can they save their game? Can we then quit the game? And can we then load that existing profile back to where we just were, instead of starting over in location A? Okay, we got our music working. And let's go travel to location B. And no. Oh, you know what? Here's the problem. No, that's not the problem. First off, let me clean up some of these log statements because we don't really need those anymore. We kind of know that this is working, but we're still going to break point and step through it. Yeah, so yeah, location B is just a mirror of location A. It's just flipped around. That way the door is on the left instead of the right, so we can then go back and forth between them. But yeah, it does seem like when location B loads in, the player's actually not spawned again, but its position should be set to the entrance of location B, and that does not seem to be happening. So then he just falls forever. So we'll do it like that. So let me just I'm cleaning up some log statements here, just so that I don't forget to clean them up later. We can clean that one up. That one up. Click that one up. Clean that one up. And then the location manager also has some. So I'm curious, we should be firing this set position again when we load into location B. So let's breakpoint both top and bottom, just in case we're returning for some reason. In fact, I'm thinking, because I'm setting the paths in onValidate, I don't think that's the right place I actually want to do that. I think that should actually be done in Awake. So if the path's parent is not equal to null, and then this can be an empty array of path. So if the path's parent is not null, then we're going to try to get all children components that represent paths and fill it into this array. And if for whatever reason the length is less than 1, then we didn't find any. Or the parent was null, which is also possible. Yeah, so we'll do it there in Awake instead, because I'm thinking location B never got its paths. I don't think that's actually the problem, but we're going to check that. And then, so that's for when a location is loaded. I might not actually need this onLoadComplete event anymore. I'm going to experiment really quick and put this back to start. Or call this code in the start method, actually, is what I meant. And then the last thing we want to do is we want to see if this set position code is actually being called. And if it is, we can then look at what is the position that it's being called from. Also, let's check location B, since it's a mirror of location A. Do we need to adjust the entrance? No. So the entrance looks fine. And then there's the collider. So the blue point represents the position that we're going to be telling the player to be at. That should be using the same exact path scriptable object. So cool. Okay, that all looks good. Let me make sure, did I actually debug? Yes, I'm debugging. So let's play the game. Let's go do it again. We're almost there. We are so close to reaching our goal. So I have a feeling the player set position is being called the first time, but it's not being called the second time when we load into location B. And that's why the player then falls forever, right? Let's try creating a new game here, just because we've been using all the existing profiles. So the location that was loaded is the location that we have. So we set the background, we set the bounds. The current path is the default path. We do in fact get back that path. And then we are calling player event set position. So the position that's being passed in is -1169, 69, and then 7.36. And so the current local position is close to that. And if we step over, now the player's local position now matches what was passed in. And we are setting the player active. So everything went as expected. Music is playing. We're in the Sandbox A location. And now we can go all the way to Sandbox B And let's follow the steps and see what happens. So sandbox B is passed in, and the code that we're currently looking through is for sandbox A. So it's actually going to return here. It'll return. So I'm not sure if it was called for location B or not. I know that the player's falling right now. So this event is being called. We don't actually. One thing we should be doing is instead of doing location.current.scene, we should actually just be calling location.current.load right here. And that should be giving back maybe that's part of the issue. Okay. Unload location this. So I'm thinking the location manager, if the current location is not null, it's going to unload it first. Then it's going to set the current location to the new location that was passed in to be told to load. And then it just calls location.current.load. That way we don't actually have to do any of this code. And instead, what I will do is in the location class, we would then call that event, because that signifies that that location object has been loaded into to a scene and has been made awake and enabled. And we can just pass in the current location. In fact, we don't want to pass in the current location. We want to pass in the location SO. Because we're saying the scriptable object that represents this location was just loaded. Then we don't actually have to we technically don't have to listen to these events, but then I need to call this code in the start method. Maybe that's what we do, actually. So we say this location was loaded in case anyone needs to know. And then we would do all of this. We would set the background on the camera, we would set the bounds, and we would try to set the player position. Then in on destroy, or maybe even in on disable, we would do all the location unloaded stuff. We would do this, right? Something like that. This might have to happen in on disable. We'll see if we get multiple backgrounds childed to the camera. So then we can get rid of those methods, and we no longer need to listen to these events. In fact, I don't think anyone is listening to those events. This also doesn't need to be asynchronous anymore. I think those events are now also deprecated. Yeah, because no one is listening to them. And oh wait, hold on. The location manager is still calling that location unloaded, but it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to at all. We can get rid of that there. No one's using that. And then the only person that's using this is the location class, and we don't even need that actually. So we can then get rid of it there. And we get rid of these deprecated events. And I think that will actually solve our issue. Did that already compile? I guess so. All right, let's give that a try. Looks like I will be streaming late today. I think my wife and my daughter are going to have an all-nighter party together, which usually means I end up sleeping on the couch. So I will probably be up late streaming then. Cool. Oh, interesting how my profile got placed before. I guess that's just how it iterated through them. Or did it put it in alphabetical order? It did. It put it in alphabetical order, because mine starts with an X and then Zlad starts with a Z. Yeah. Oh, that's weird that it put it in alphabetical order like that. Now what happened? The location manager never did anything. Why is that? Shouldn't it have done that in start? It should have. It should have loaded the current location in start. That's odd. And one other thing I realize is we need to give the location manager the sandbox B reference as well. It should have a reference to all locations. But that's not the problem. So I guess changing this to start is maybe too early. I don't feel like that's correct though. Let's breakpoint that really quick. I'm not sure what just happened. That might have just been a fluke. In fact, let me make a quick change so that Unity recompiles and then yells at me, and then I'll go fix that change and save it and have Unity recompile again. I felt like I wasn't getting this recompile just a minute ago, and I was questioning, wow, that was quick, and maybe it had something to do with that. So now we are breakpointing on this line, so we can then step through it to make sure that the default sandbox A location is loaded. And if not, then we'll go back to the other code that we had that called that. Man, we are getting there. We're so close. We can figure this out. Yeah, it is in fact being called. Let's step through it to see what's happening. Is the current location null? No, it's not. And then we're saying load that location. So now let's go to this breakpoint. I do have a way to test that, but the problem is, I'm using like my custom scene director, which is like a scene manager. I named it something else so it doesn't conflict with Unity's scene manager. And I can start from any scene that I want, like the main menu, for instance. But the scene director doesn't know what the current scene is. I forgot to set the current scene so that when it's told to unload whatever scene you start on, right now it hits a null reference because it doesn't know what scene to unload. So it's probably a quick fix that I could go do really quick, actually. And then I can play from any scene, yeah. But so hold on. Okay, so the current location is null. The location that was passed in is sandbox A. Perfect. Is the current location not null? No, so then we pass over that. We set the current location to the location that's being passed in. So now it's set to sandbox A, and then we tell it to load. Which I think is actually just calling this same method over and over and over. Okay, that's what I screwed up. That is what I screwed up. Okay. So let's stop debugging for a second. We'll stop playing. I understand what I did. So right here is the problem. We shouldn't be calling unload, or we can, but it has to be with the scene asset. So right here, we also have to say location.current.scene.load scene async. It's kind of confusing to explain, but the location scriptable object, anyone who has reference to this can then call load or unload on that object, and that sends it to the location manager. And then I had just changed that in the location manager, that it would just call that load method instead. And that just resends it through the event to itself. And so it was just looping through this code over and over and over. And yeah. So then when we call location.current.unload right here, It's actually sending that scriptable object through the location events, which the location manager is then picking up. It would be the same as putting this code right here, actually. Location.current.scene.unload. Yeah, that I understand what I did. Okay, so that should fix everything. We should now be back into a working state. Let's try that. And then we can see if we can go from location A to location B. I think we fixed that. But we weren't able to test because the location never loaded to begin with. All right. And yeah, you're right. I should make that quick fix too, so I can just start playing from the game scene. And then that way I don't have to go through the main menu every time. So Tiago, I learned Unity and C# probably 10 years ago. There was I was kind of going through a career change at the time, and I've always been very passionate about game development. I was a software engineer before that for a martial arts financial company, and we created a software for martial arts studios to manage their business. And so that's kind of where I got my... well, and also I should back up. I went to school for computer science. So that's part of where I started learning code to begin with. And then specifically C# was some of the code that we were using for the software that we were creating for these martial arts studios when I got that position. Then the Martial Arts Financial Services, that was the name of the company that I worked for, they were shut down because the owner was found he was a CPA and he was like doing something shady. And the company ran out of money. And so I was let go at that time. And so because of the huge career change, I said, hey, I have kind of these coding skills and I know some C#. I would like to start making games instead. I wanted to switch my career path to game development. And so I found a local Unity meetup group here where I live. And I'm not a very social person. I kind of do bad in social situations a lot of the time. But I just kind of forced myself to go, and I made a few friends at this meetup, and I started to learn, like it was a meetup that we would get together like once a month, and they would teach things for Unity. And most of the people that went there as well were all Unity developers working on their own games. And so that really inspired me to kind of see these other things that people were creating. And also the friends that I made by going to this meetup group. And I then started focusing a lot of my time and energy into Unity. So I watched tons of tutorials. I did like Udemy classes. I watched all the different YouTube videos on how to make X, Y, or Z game. And just kind of started getting my feet wet and really learning it. And then as I grew my skills, I actually landed a job for a virtual reality gaming company. And that was kind of my first real game development position. And from there, I've just constantly continued to upgrade my skills and learn more, and watch more tutorials, and collaborate with my peers to kind of learn how to code in a cleaner way. And it just kind of, from there, kept leveling up my career. So I went from the virtual reality company to a company called Air Everywhere, making augmented reality applications inside of Unity, because Unity was kind of the de facto industry standard for augmented reality content at the time. So I just continued using Unity and coding in C#. And then from there, I actually eventually landed a job at Microsoft at Turn 10 Studios, working on Forza Motorsport. And Microsoft, of course, being the creators of Visual Studio and .NET and stuff. I don't know if they're the creator of .NET. I think they are. But basically, Microsoft uses nothing but .NET and C#, and then a lot of C++ and stuff for Forza Motorsport. So I continued to use it over the years, and that's kind of where I am today. Is I've just been using it for so long now. I think they did make C# actually. Yeah, so it was created by Anders Hellsberg from Microsoft back in 2000. So because Microsoft kind of had its own programming language from all the way back in 2000, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a really amazing journey that I went on. And I am also very glad I forced myself into that meetup. I still go to a lot of meetups and stuff today. And I would really like to become more of that kind of leadership peer role, where I can then teach other up and coming developers now how to do the same thing that I did. So I still go to meetups and all sorts of stuff. Like there's an indie game development meetup in my area. There's a Unity meetup in my area, virtual reality meetups, and I just kind of go to all of them now. I try to do game jams and stuff too. So yeah, that's kind of how I got to where I am. And now, I was working recently for a company that made golfing software, that was actually made inside of Unity as well. And I was laid off from my position. So I'm really trying to take the time that I have right now, because I still have some savings and stuff built up that I've been living off. And I'm really trying to develop out my own studio and my own game, so that I can hopefully make my own career path for myself at my own studio going forward. And then I don't have to worry about getting a job somewhere and getting laid off again, stuff like that. So yeah, so hopefully one day my studio, or hopefully in the near future, my studio will be a name that is known throughout the industry, for maybe this game, who knows? And then that way, I can just continue creating games for everyone, and then teaching other people how to do what I do. So yeah. All right, let's start again. Let's load the profile. Now it did load. But now we are doing that. We're having that code happen too quick. Oh, I know what's wrong. The problem is right here, we loaded the scene, but we didn't do it additively. So when we loaded the scene, it unloaded all the other scenes, including that empty game scene that has all our dynamic managers in it. And this should have been done additively. That's the issue. So let's go play one more time. And let's see if that works. I'll turn it up a bit here. right, I think we're almost there, guys. I think this is it. This is the one. I'm feeling it. So we start the game, we load the game, and there's our player. The location loaded in. Now can we go to location B? And does the player get set to the right position? Shit. So cannot set the parent while its new parent location is being destroyed. I think it actually would have worked, but we hit this null reference. And I know why that is. That's because in location, I'm calling this code in onDestroy. And instead, I think we need to call it in onDisable. Because we can't call that code while the object is being destroyed. So instead, when the object is first disabled, which happens right before it's destroyed, then we can call that code, and then we shouldn't hit that null reference. Man, okay, so that was not the one. This is the one. Hopefully. All right. But most everything's working now. We can start a new game or load a game. And our player does show up in the location. The music starts playing and everything. Now can we go to location B? Is this the one? Ah, shit. So cannot set the parent of the game object background while activating or deactivating. So now it's saying we can't call that code in onDisable either. Because we can't call that code while it's being activated or deactivated. Or actually, while activating or deactivating the parent game object, main camera. So how can we do that? I'm wondering, because what's happening is when a location first starts, I send the background of that location to the camera. The camera then takes that background image and childs it to the camera so that wherever the camera goes, the background also follows, right? And then what I want to happen is when a location is unloaded, I wanted to reset the background back to this location object so that it gets destroyed with the location scene. That way, the next location that loads in will set its background, and then there won't be more than one background on the camera at any given time. How do I handle this then? Maybe I do want those location loaded and location unloaded events. Or I'm thinking maybe in the location SO, I have a load and an unload method. Maybe we put some events in here that says like initialize or clean up before we unload, something like that. So we need a way to clean up the current location before the scene is unloaded. Well, let me just try something. What if I'm curious, what if I just don't call the cleanup code? Will the background that has been childed to the camera, because it's part of this location scene, will it also get destroyed, or will it no longer get destroyed because it's childed to the camera? I have a feeling it will not get destroyed. Let's just see what happens. That'll actually get us past the error as well. But we need to think of a way to clean up the current location before that scene is unloaded. And I don't have to child it to the camera either. But I would prefer not to write like a script that has to run in the update method every frame, setting the background to the camera's position, because that would be like the alternative solution. Oh, the player was actually positioned correctly, by the way. I think. Yeah. The player was positioned correctly. The camera just stopped following the player? I mean, it should still be following the player. Why is it not? Why are we like all the way over here? Can I still move the player? I can. I can still move the player. What's really weird to me... So the player is being positioned correctly and the music is changing. Oh, and look at that. We can go back to level A, or location A. But when we get to location B... yeah, so you can see there's now duplicate backgrounds on the camera, and that shouldn't be the case. There should only ever be one. Now, I don't have to parent the object. I could instead just take the image and set it to the sprite renderer on here or something. So I have an idea for a different solution. But I would like for a location to be able to clean up itself as well. And what's really confusing me is the camera is still set to follow the sandbox player. But it's not doing that. Why would it not be? Was another player instantiated or something? No? That's really confusing. Because I still have control of the character. We're in location B. Location B loaded successfully. It's playing the music. But for some reason, we are not able... the camera is all the way over here, even though it should still be following the player wherever it goes. So maybe we want aim to be like hard look at or something. Maybe that's the problem. What happens if we move the character all the way over into the camera view and then all of a sudden... Oh, no. Oh! No, that can't be... Let's see. What are the camera... Oh, gotcha. The camera bounds are messed up. So the camera bounds for location B, because I flipped the location, the camera bounds never got moved. So the camera is stuck in the farthest point that it can go to the left. So we need to actually just go update that really quick. And then we got it working, guys. We did it. So let's go sandbox B, go to the camera bounds, and then you can see we could just, we'll try to move it over like that. Because we want the camera bounds should kind of encompass the entire area of what makes up this location. That way, the camera never goes outside of that location, right? That's kind of the point of it. So that's the issue. And now we can play, and I think we did it. And we should be able to go back and forth between location A and location B. And then we can actually create a save point in location B so that when we hit that trigger, it will save the game. And then we can quit and we can play again, and we should then be spawned in to that new location. Yeah, let's make this nice and big, actually. I'm pretty sure this is working now. So we'll continue Memo's profile here. And we have location A's music, and we have our character in location A. And we can then move the character all the way over to location B, to the entrance to, this is the entrance to location B. And when we go through it, we're now in location B. And it's like this seamless thing, right? We can just go back and forth. Now there's a line that's going across the screen. And what that is the player has a trail renderer on him. And I'm forgetting to turn off that trail renderer when I reset the player's position. So as we transfer from scene to scene, we're seeing the trail renderer come from the old position. That's what's going on. So we can fix that in a second. But sure enough, we can now go back and forth between locations. You can hear too, it seamlessly transitions the music to the different location. And then we can move through location B all the way to the end. And at the very end, we could set like a save point up here. And then we can then try to save the game and then quit and then reload the game, and then we should actually start here from location B. And then we could go back to location A and save the game there, for instance. But yeah, dude, we got it working. This is awesome. And I got to fix that trail renderer. So before I forget, I'm going to go fix the trail renderer. That would be done in the player manager. So when the player's position is set, let's maybe set the player to inactive. I think that might actually do it because I don't have reference to the trail renderer yet. I could get that by doing like a get component on the player. But instead, if we set the player to inactive and we change its position and then we set it to active again, that should actually that'll all happen in the same frame. So I don't know that that'll fix it. We could also just turn off the trail renderer for now. The trail renderer is actually not supposed to be on there for the real game. It's just there so that I could test out the character controller of the player so that I can see how high it jumps and stuff. And kind of project how I can then change like the settings for the player so that it can jump higher if the arc is not high enough, stuff like that. But I would like to be able to continue using it for now. So what if I just did like I don't know if I don't that won't that's not always the same length as a frame. So we might actually have to make this like await task delay of like 200 milliseconds. That is about the length of a frame. Let's try with just yield for now. I'm curious. But yeah, guys, we made great progress today. Really, really good progress. This is awesome. We have now almost got a working game here. And we have basically the whole game loop down. One of the next things I need to do is add the ability to pause the game while you're playing so that you get the pause menu, and then you can quit from the pause menu back to the main menu. That way we don't have to stop playing. We could just go to the save point, save, quit to the menu, reopen the profile, and we should be back where we saved. So let's see if that fixes the trail renderer or not. No, it did not fix the trail renderer. So I would have to do like a task delay of like, we'll say like 250 milliseconds. I think that will fix the trail renderer. Possibly. Honestly, I don't know. I might need to get reference to the trail renderer, and when the player's position is set to a different position, we then reset the trail renderer. We reset the time on the trail renderer back to 0. Yeah, it kind of feels like 250 was too long because the player... and it didn't even fix the issue, actually. It just kind of delays the spawning of the player. Well, okay, let's just get rid of that. It's honestly not really a problem right now. We don't even need this. I think what we're going to have to do is, let me see, where does that... Maybe I shouldn't even add this, because technically the player is not going to have that trail renderer. So I think it's this, the emitting. We disable that. Let me double check that. how do we... Oh, it's trail renderer.clear. So removes all points from the trail renderer, useful for restarting a trail from a new position. So what we need to do is does that's fine. So we don't have a reference to the trail renderer here. What about on the model? No. We just have a... How can I get reference to this trail renderer? To get a component that is 2 children deep. I thought that only did 1 layer deep. Can we do it recursively? This method checks the game object on which it is called first, then recurses downwards. Oh, it does recurse. Oh, interesting. Oh, I did not know that. I thought it only went 1 level down. So what we can do is we instantiate the player here. We can then have a reference to a trail renderer. We can say we'll do it right here. That's fine. Trail renderer equals player.get component in children trail renderer. And now we have a reference to the trail renderer. So then when the player's position is set, we can say trail renderer.clear set the new position. I'm not sure if this is the right order, but basically we want to clear the trail renderer and set the new position. But I'm worried that we're going to clear the trail renderer and then set the new position, and it's still going to show up for some reason. Because maybe we need to set the new position and then clear the trail renderer. Let's try that. Let's do it after setting the new position. I could do it before and after, actually, but I'm wondering what the correct order there for that is. And let's see if that even works to get the trail renderer. That's a whole nother thing. That's nice and big. Yeah, we're making good progress. We're going to have an actual game soon. All right, so we have a player with the trail renderer. And we'll go to location B. And it did. It fixed the trail renderer. Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. And now we don't get that line across the screen. So it just looks like a smooth transition. And if we wanted to, we could even load show a loading screen in between those scenes. In case like this location is really big and it's going to take a minute to load in, we could show a loading screen in between that. But look at that. We can just seamlessly go back and forth, and it looks like the player has just kind of continued from where they left off, right? Sorry, I'm sure you're hearing the music skip back and forth a bunch too. Thank you, Tiago. I appreciate that. Yeah, man, we made good progress today. So I guess the last thing we want to test now. Well, there's a few things, but can we make, I guess, a save point? So let's create just a new class called save point. In fact, I should have put that in a folder called save, but that doesn't matter. I think I might take this code and put it into the save tool project actually. But let's just get it working first. And the idea is, let's go to the sandbox B scene, and we'll go all the way here to the end of the scene, and we'll put it on an object that's like right here. So let's do this. Let's copy this. We'll call this path save point. And then move it all the way over here. And we'll take its entrance, just kind of move it to the other side. We'll even shrink it into the ground a bit. So the idea is we can go from location A to location B. We can go all the way to the end of location B, and when we hit this trigger, it will tell the game to save itself with the new current location and stuff like that. And we might have to make a few changes to get it to do that. In fact, one thing I realize is, are we setting the current location? Oh, and we still need to figure out a way to clean up a location as well. That's another thing. And maybe we add back those events to do that. But what I'm worried about is, are we setting the current location anywhere? Is the location manager doing that? Yeah, so the location manager is setting the current location right here and then telling it to load. This is also where we should be adding that data to the save file. So we would say so once we update the current location, we also want to add that location's name to the save file to update the data. Actually, I think we want to do it like this. So we're then accessing the current location property, and we're setting it to the name. And I don't actually like having to do it like this here. I would actually rather do that in the save data itself. You add, you get, which will do an add if it doesn't exist. And then I want like an update, because these are CRUD operations, right? So, so update does not need to return anything. It can return void. Update data. The key of the data to update. We don't need the default value, but we do need the updated value. The key of the data to update the updated data. The updated data value. And it doesn't return anything, it's void. So we'd say if not contains key, return. Otherwise, this key equals updated value. So if the dictionary if the save data dictionary does not contain the key that you've passed in, then we don't do anything. And if it does, then we set the new value that you've passed in to that key. That's how I would, technically I can still do it the other way, because this is a dictionary. And if we do that, we want to make sure we set is dirty to true. That way we know that there's something to save the next time we have to save the game. Let's see. Now, instead of making this inherit from serializable dictionary, I might give it its own serializable dictionary. Private serializable dictionary called data equals new. And then instead of doing this, we would do it with data. Data. I think that's all fine. And then we don't have to inherit from it anymore. But we do have to do like if data contains key. We could do a try get value. You're right. I guess that makes sense. So if not data, try get value. We don't actually need the value there. Well, maybe we do. Maybe for some reason we need to check the updated value against the value that we already have for some reason. So I'm going to leave that like that is. And then Same thing here. That's actually calling it on itself. So we need to say data dot remove the key. And then this could be, what's it saying? Switch to just a simple remove, right? Wait, really? Why does it have an out parameter? That doesn't make sense to me. Removes the value with the specified key and copies the element to the value parameter. Oh, interesting. So you can like remove it, but get the value and retain it for some reason. That seems weird to me. Could we just call data.remove with the key? And it just returns false if the key is not found. That's fine. We just, oh, no. Actually, we do want to check, though. We don't need to get the value here. We can just say, if the remove does not succeed, then return. But if we do remove the key from the data, then we set isDirty to true so that the save file will be rewritten. And then here, we don't actually need the value here. So we'll just say, if not data contains key, then return. And then here, we try to get the value. And if we don't, then we add it. And we can either do it that way, or we can do data.add as well with the key and the data. I don't know which way I like better. I see. I think I understand what I did before. I did it this way so that you would always just add. You don't have to update anything. You just add to the save file. Then we don't actually need the update. And then this guy. Gotcha. And that's why I inherited from this, is so that I could iterate over it without having to surface its data. We just say, if not remove, change that to this. If try get value, this. Okay, that's fine. We'll do it like that. That's fine. We'll build that. So then the point is here, I would call add, and I'd pass in the current location key and the current location name. Perfect. So then every time we set the new location, we add that location to the whatchamacallit, to the save data. So that way we will know which location to load the next time around. Now, a save point is basically going to be like the it's going to be like the path. So it should have a box collider. We can even do a circle collider would be better. Circle colliders are slightly more performant. Circle collider 2D. Whereas a box collider, when the physics system does a collision check, it has to check each edge of the box to see if there was a collision on it. And with a circle collider, it's just a circle. So what it does instead of having to check like all four sides, it just checks, is there a collision within the radius of the circle? So it's actually slightly more performant to use a circle collider if you can. And then what we would do is on trigger enter 2D, and we want to have a layer mask setting here. And basically do this. So if something collides with this trigger that is not part of the layer mask that we've set, don't do anything. Otherwise, save events.save. Now, the only problem is this also needs to have a like a path scriptable object. Oops. Let's see. So when we load, so here in the start, we're getting the current location, and then we're loading that location. Now the problem is the location, when it loads, is going to try to set the current path to the default path, or the first path that it has. And we don't want it to do that. This is where it's going to get tricky. We have to add to the save data the position that the player should be starting from. So I guess what I was thinking is I put the path scriptable object to the save point. In fact, we could do this instead. We can make a new thing called a save point SO that inherits from path SO. And then we can take the create asset menu, and we'll call this a save point SO. And then we'll call this location A, save point A, or something like that. That way, instead of having reference to a path, it has reference to a save point SO. because that will still be detected as a path. And then the player will then be started from there. So before we save, we have to say save file.current.savedata.add. No, we don't have to do that. I'm sorry. What we need to do is say the path.current equals the save point that we have. No, we do need to do that. But okay, so we need to set that first. Then we have to add it to the save file. Sorry, this is getting a little complicated. Then we'll have a const string we'll actually do this down in the path scriptable object. We'll have a protected const string called current path key. Call it current path. Some crap like that. And then we can add that key here. No, shit. This is a save point. It's not the scriptable object. I'll just put in the save point for now. Until I figure out a better place for it to go. It doesn't have to be protected anymore. But we try to add to the save data the current path key, and that would then be path.current.name. So we've set the current path to this save point. We then add that into the save file as the current path, and then we save the game. Okay. And let's move that into its own separate class. And then we don't actually have to make this a save point. We could just make this a path SO. That's actually just, it's going to get redundant, but say path current equals the path SO. We no longer need the save point SO. Maybe we'll remake it again later, but I want to keep things simple right now until I have it working and I figure out in my head how I want to handle some of this stuff. So this will not be a path. Well, shit, maybe it does need to be. And maybe a save point needs to inherit from a path. No. I'm not quite sure how best to handle this yet. Let that recompile for a second. So this is the save point. We're going to remove this save path script, and we're going to put the save point script on there. which just needs a circle collider, right? And we can make the radius like 1 and move it slightly up. That way, anything that comes into this point will save the game. Inbox B, and we'll call it save point A, because maybe a location has more than one save point in it. And then we'll like reference it by the name, I guess. It's going to get confusing doing that. If we go to locations, paths, and we make a new path, and we call it location B save point A. And we drag that into here, and we're looking for the player. So now, when a player enters this trigger, we will set the current path to the save point. We will add that data to the save data, and we will then call save to save the game. Then, the other thing we have to update is right here when a location starts, or actually, when you go through a path, it sets the current path. So a location on awake instead of setting so right here we want to say current path equals, and then we would do basically that. We would check the current save file to get the current path key. We're just going to put that in here as well for now until I figure out a better spot. And the current path can have a default value of the first path. If it does not exist, we will set the very first path as the current path in the save data. Otherwise, if it does exist, we get back the path. Now, does that return when we do the get? That will then add it and return it. So we do, in fact, get back that object. Oops. Oh, but we need to do it. I don't know if we can do it by the scriptable object. We have to do it by the name of the scriptable object. So we'll give it the name. And then we have to say, this is the current path name. Current path equals paths first or default, where the name is equal to the current path name. And we should, if none has been set yet, we should get back the default path. And then we set that here. Fuck. It needs the actual path? Oh, no, 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 no. X dot path so dot name equals the current name. And then if current path equals null, then we return. But it should never be null. But we just have to add that there so it doesn't yell at us. Now, that's a lot of code, and it's kind of not very clean. So I'm going to have to refactor that. I think my cat's coming to say hi. Hi, Goofy. Here, you want to come say hi? Oh, there we go. I got my animation to work. Hold on. I'm trying to get my cat to say hi to you guys. Come here, loser. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you getting hungry? Is it almost dinner time? What you want? If you come say hi, I'll make you dinner. Thinking about it. Come here. I don't know if I can go that far. Here, you. Here. Come here. What's that? Oh, yeah. This is Goobies. Her real name is Socks. Say hi. No, 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 no running away. This is Socks. Say hi, Socks. Oh, her face gets blurred. There she goes. She does not like being on camera, I don't think. This is my other cat, Socks. Nickname is Goobies, because she is a goober. Mwah. I love you. I'll make you dinner right now, okay? I'll let her go. I'm gonna go make her dinner in a minute. Yeah, so technically this should then work. And we should be adding the current path to the save file, and that should be getting saved out. And all should be good. Is that enough to do what we want to do? This is the moment of truth memo. We've got it far enough where we're spawning the character in. We can then move from one location to another location, and then hopefully we can save our game at a save point, and then stop playing, and then can we then load the game up again and continue that profile And will it then load us back in at the save point? So let's do it with your profile memo. So here we go. We're going to go move you to location B, or sandbox B. And that worked. And now our save point is right here at the end of the scene, or the end of this location. And if we walk you over there, do you in fact save the game? I actually don't know if there's any way to tell that it's saving. Oh, well, it sucks because I didn't make the collider a trigger. So it has collision. So we know it's there, but it's not going to trigger anything because I'm an idiot. Need a code word for... Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. Let's go back to the Unity. It's okay. It wasn't working anyway. You weren't meant to see that. So we're going to do an on-validate in our save point. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. You could be referring to Unity. Oops. Protected override on validate base.onValidate. Try to get the circle collider. We'll call this circle collider 2D, make it a trigger. So that should just make it. Yeah, you didn't see nothing. It was broken anyway. So so now if we go to location B and we go to our save point, there we go. It was made a trigger for us this time. Awesome. And I'm trying to think, can we get the position from this? Because on a path, we can get its entrance position. But on the save point, can we get its entrance position? So the location sets the current path here. Then here, we're getting the first path in our scene that equals the current path. And then we're setting its entrance. So now that's the problem, is that a save point is not a path, so it doesn't have an entrance. Man, this is going to get complicated. How do I want to do this? So maybe we do make this a type of path. We no longer need to override that. But the problem is, we do need to override that. protected virtual. And then we also need to make this virtual. For sure. Have a good dinner. I'm probably getting off in a few minutes to go do the same myself. But I will definitely probably be back tonight because, as I said earlier, my wife and daughter are doing an all-nighter party. They're going to watch movies and do girl stuff like nails and makeup and face masks. You know, so that usually means that I get to sleep on the couch. And so because of that, I'll be downstairs most of the night. So I'll definitely be on a little bit later if you don't see me when you get back, that is. So enjoy your dinner, and thanks for checking out the stream. I appreciate you. So now, save point is a type of path. We don't need any of those dependencies. We'll override the onValidate, override the onTrigger. We can make that protected, or we could just say protected layer mask point to the other layer mask. That way we can use it here. We already have access to the current path value, and that can then be the path SO, and nothing else changes. Okay, cool. And then it'll actually show up like a path, which is awesome. Because then we can set the location, which is sandbox B, location B, save point A, and we can give it an entrance as well, which would be this guy right here. And then we'll make the radius maybe a little small. Let's make it a 1. Fine. Oh, interesting. You know what? It's going to use the box collider anyway because the path has a box collider. So let's make this not use that. We will get rid of that. We don't even have to do this onValidate anymore because the path will do that for us. And then that way it doesn't need the circle collider. It'll just use the box collider. So we can remove the circle collider. We can move the box collider up here. It's set as a trigger. And then we can even edit it so that it's a little bit bigger, like player size, right? That's our save point. If you trigger that, you will save the game. And maybe we want to have a private bool is saved. So if the layer mask is not within that value, or if is saved or the layer mask is not within that value, return. And then we say is saved equals transform. What? No, true. And then we can do an on trigger exit 2D and say basically that. but make this if not is saved, or the object layer mask is not within the value, then return, and then set is saved to false. That way, no, because this will just happen when you enter it anyway. So no, that was, I didn't think that through. We don't actually need that. Get rid of that. That's just extra complication that's not needed. That should just work. Cool. All right. So now we technically should be able to save the game and then start back up from that point, I think. If I thought all this through correctly. And I've got like, I keep wiping my face because I put my face in my cat, and now I've got like cat hair. I can feel it. All right, so we'll load Memo's profile. Go to location B. Get to location B, and we're going to go all the way to the end to that save point that's right here. Here we go. And then we should save the game. We've gone through it. It doesn't have any indication, but there should be like a little icon that shows up that says we just saved the game. And actually, we probably wouldn't trigger a save from the character walking into this trigger. We would probably want the character to interact with the object, like in Hollow Knight, it's a bench that you sit down at. And as you walk past the bench, it doesn't automatically save the game. You have to go stand in the trigger of the bench, and then you press the A button to interact, and then that makes Hollow Knight sit down at the bench, which would then save the game. So we'll update it to interact with it later, but for right now, it should be saving the game, technically. So now, let's go look at Memo's save file. I don't actually know which one it is. It's definitely not that one. It's got to be this one. Yeah, so this one has the current location and the current path, right? Perfect. Let's delete this other one just so we don't get confused by it later. So this one has the current location and the current path. So now, when we boot up the game, if we select Memo's profile, we should technically be loaded in to the Sandbox B location at that save point now. And if we did that, we really accomplished a lot today. We're making significant progress now. So, yeah, it even says that Memo is at Sandbox B. And if we load his profile, sure enough, it loaded into the Sandbox B location at the save point. There we go. And now we could go back to location A and create another save point there. And then we could go back and forth, right? So yeah, oh my gosh, we really accomplished a lot today. This is awesome. Now there is no save point here, so it's not going to do anything. And if we were to quit and then reload, it will actually reload at the location B, because there is no other way to save the game in the location A scene, that is. Nice. Oh man, I'm so happy. We really accomplished a lot with this today. And the next thing we can do is get like the pause menu working so that we can save the game and quit back to the menu, and then reload the profile. That way I don't have to stop running each time. And also start adding in some stuff for the level itself. So if we load Memo's profile, yeah, there we are. We're back at location B. All right, we did good. So I think on that note, I'm going to wrap it up here, actually. Let's go ahead and close all that out. One thing I'm thinking of making, though, is because the save point is just a inherits from the path, it's asking for a path scriptable object. I think I do want to create a save point scriptable object that inherits from path scriptable object. Just to keep it designer friendly. It might get confusing though. No, we'll just leave it how it is. Anyways, I think I'm gonna call it a day there. And I am also getting pretty hungry. We made such good progress today. We have it so we can actually we can start a new game. It will load into the default location. And it then instantiates the player at the right position, and everything starts working. And then we can now move from one location to another. And that will unload the current location and load the next location. And then we can also go to a save point and save our game. And then the next time we run the game, we can continue from that save point. So man, we're really making good progress here. We're gonna get to I guess some of the game's UI next. So we'll do like the pause menu so we can quit back to the main menu, and pause the game and stuff like that. As well as we'll probably add in a save point to the sandbox A scene just so we can kind of go back and forth for fun. And from there, we actually really want to start adding in some things within our location that we can interact with. Maybe some pickups that will increase your health or something. Some enemies that we can fight. But that then delves into the whole combat system, and we're not quite ready there. But we could start making progress on that too. And then eventually we will have a few different locations, as well as some enemies that you fight, some pickups, and some save points, and maybe even a boss fight at the very end. And that all in and of itself will be a very good vertical slice of the game, as like a pretty polished prototype. So yeah, we made real good progress today. I'm super excited. We got a lot of issues figured out from last time. Everything is working now how we would want it to work. So yeah, this is exciting. Exciting place to be, because we actually get to start adding like meat to the bones now, right? Right. What we have is kind of the skeleton framework of the game. And now we actually get to start adding some of the cooler stuff to it to make it more interesting. So yeah, let me switch back to the chatting scene here because I'm kind of wrapping it up. But yeah, guys, I think I'm going to go get some dinner. That was a good almost 4.5 hours of streaming, I think. I'm getting pretty hungry myself. It's dinner time here. I'm going to go eat something, take a break, maybe take a nap. But as I said, I'm going to be staying up really late tonight, so I will be back later. I probably won't be doing game development later. I would really like to start Dark Souls. I think that you guys would find that hilarious to watch me suffer and be very miserable in Dark Souls. I've never actually played the game. I've kind of played it for like a little bit, but I quit like almost immediately. So I know nothing about the game whatsoever. And that way I can kind of share my experience of Dark Souls with you guys. I think you'll enjoy that. And I could also use a break from coding. And I think I deserve it after making such good progress today. So yeah, on that note, guys, thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with me. It really means a lot. If you like what you see and you're not already, don't forget to follow the channel and join the Discord. I need to update the Discord link, I think. But you guys can join my Discord. Don't forget to follow the channel. I could really use followers. That helps me boost my numbers. And yeah, just thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. I will check you guys, or I will be back a little bit later tonight and catch you guys later.